Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It's now 3:26 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Justice as outlined in Resolution E12. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $415,750,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Justice, pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Justice to make opening remarks up to 1 hour. And if they wish to introduce their staff to the committee, please do so now. Minister.
Good afternoon, Chair, colleagues, others watching today. I'm pleased to be here to talk about the work of the Department of Justice and to speak about our priorities, a few of our good news stories, as well as some of the challenges facing our department in the coming year. Of course, this is my first estimate debate as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. I look forward to sharing the significant work of this important governmental department. I'm joined today by Deputy Candace Thomas and Department's Executive Director of Finance, Toyin Akindoju. Chair, I have the privilege of serving as Attorney General and Minister of Justice for the last 8 months. In this relatively short time frame, I've had the opportunity to witness the tremendous work and the dedicated staff who work tirelessly to keep all Nova Scotians safe and secure. The work our people do is significant. The responsibilities and duties we have are crucial to safeguarding our Nova Scotian way of life. The expectation on us are high, Mr. Chair. That's why I welcome the opportunity to answer questions about the important investments made by our justice system. Chair, our department remains focused on keeping Nova Scotians and the community we live in safe, addressing the impacts of human trafficking, domestic violence, advancing the work to eradicate systemic racism in the justice system, and advancing accessibility so that all Nova Scotians, regardless of their disabilities, can live and work, contribute to our province. Firstly, I'd like to highlight some of the department's main areas of focus. They include the administration of over 25 courthouses, which includes the judiciary, day-to-day administration, public access, courthouse security, safe transportation of people in custody, and civil enforcement. Correctional services, which includes community and in-custody programs and services for adults and youth. Public safety, including policing and police oversight. Supports and services to help victims of crime. The enforcement of court-ordered child and spousal support payments. The implementation of the Accessibility Act and providing legal services and advice to the Government of Nova Scotia, all its agencies and Crown corporations. I want to thank Deputy Thomas, Associate Deputy Mackenzie, and the rest of the department's senior executive team for the preparation of the department's budget submissions, as well as our approximately 1,700 employees throughout the department for the tremendous work through a second year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Chair, just to note, I also have responsibilities for Elections Nova Scotia, the Human Rights Commission, Medical Examiner Services, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, the Office of Police Complaints Commissioner, the Public Prosecution Service, Public Trustee, the Serious Incident Response Team, the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal, and responsibility for the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, plus numerous other pieces of legislation. Chair, our budget for 2022-23 is almost $416 million. This year's budget represents an increase of more than $23 million, or about 6% more than last year's. The department's budget is focused on keeping our commitments to Nova Scotians with programs and services that are responsive and accessible. This past year has continued to be hard on all Nova Scotians. We're still living with COVID-19. The presence of the virus in our communities has meant making changes in the way we work, especially in our courts and correctional facilities. From the outset, the Department of Justice worked closely with the public health to keep our correctional facilities safe and inmates and staff safe as well. Correctional Services implemented a comprehensive COVID-19 prevention plan to keep our 4 adult facilities and our 1 youth facility safe during the pandemic. New admissions were screened for COVID-19, and there were also daily wellness checks. Inmates and staff had priority access to vaccinations, and vaccine clinics were held on site within the facility for inmates. Another one of the tools that we've used to manage public health risk is to keep correctional facilities safe and coordinated, risk-assessed, early release plan for people in custody. Mr. Chair, between March 2020 and the end of February 2022, 63 individuals in custody with 30 days or less remaining on their in-custody sentence were released on a temporary absence or under house arrest with conditions. And 188 people serving intimate sentences, mostly on weekends, were approved for temporary release under house arrest conditions as well. Like almost every other public institution, the Omicron virus eventually made its way into the correctional facilities. However, we were successful in managing it. During the Omicron wave, there were no hospitalizations and any of the inmates who might have contracted the virus. Even though this is an extremely challenging time, Correctional Services was able to spearhead innovation solutions with community partner agencies such as the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia, the Elizabeth Fry Society of Cape Breton, and the John Howard Society, and work across government with community services, municipal affairs and housing, public works and health, and to support vulnerable Nova Scotians in conflict with the law, find safe housing and other supports. One such solution is the John Howard Supportive Housing Hub pilot project, which is located in Pictou County and recently opened on January 3rd, 2022, with support from Correction Services, Public Works, Health and Wellness. To date, there have been 6 admissions. Funding for this project totals approximately $830,000. Government has also provided bridge funding to the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia for Holly House in Dartmouth, which provides safe and affordable housing, as well as counseling and other supports for women to reintegrate into the community from provincial correctional facilities. This additional funding is enabling Elizabeth Fry to operate Holly House on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week until the end of this fiscal year. COVID, of course, was not a welcome experience for Nova Scotians, but it did help drive innovation in a way that we use our courts in Nova Scotia. It forced us to adapt quickly to the use of technology in the way we deliver court services. Courts had to shift rapidly to facilitate the judiciary's delivery of services virtually, either through virtual courts, remote attendance at hearings via video conferencing or telephone, and electronic filing by email. The use of video and virtual technology for court proceedings, Mr. Chair, increased 285% over the past year. In all areas of the province outside of the Halifax municipality portable jury kits for off-site jury selections and trials allowed criminal jury trials to resume in the fall of 2020 and continue in HRM at the 2 new satellite criminal jury courtrooms, which were open in Dartmouth, so jury trials could resume and meet all COVID-19 public health guidelines and protocols. This helped the judiciary address delays and ensured ongoing safety. Our court clerks, counter staff, deputy sheriffs delivered services using new technology and new procedures to keep these essential services open through the pandemic. The judiciary struck a COVID court recovery committee to identify, assess, and migrate the potential risks from COVID and continue to make decisions and manage COVID protocols for courthouses. The digital task force, co-chaired by Chief Justice of Nova Scotia and the Deputy Minister of Justice, continues at work to explore further ways to transform and modernize the courts, focus on improved access to justice, increase efficiencies, and better outcomes for users of all levels of province's courts. Chair, I might now take a moment to share with the committee a number of my priorities going forward, as they have been highlighted in my mandate letter. Chair, when I came into this job, the Premier tasked me to deliver a number of key objectives. They were to amend Elections Act and establish a fixed election date for elections throughout Nova Scotia provincially. We've accomplished that in the fall sitting of 2021. To amend the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy to give order-making ability to the Privacy Commissioner. Planning for this priority, Mr. Chair, is currently underway at the department. We were asked to amend the Victim Rights and Services Act to entitle victims of sexual violence to legal representation. Preliminary work is underway to expand this existing legal representation program to fulfill this commitment. We were asked to create a human trafficking prosecution team within Nova Scotia's Public Prosecution Services to provide legal advice to police officers and deliver advanced education and training to the justice sector employees. And to ensure street checks end and continue to work on implementing the recommendations of the Wortley report to address discrimination and build trust between community and police in Nova Scotia. Chair, last fall, we took additional action on street checks. On December the 1st, after many months of discussion, working closely with the African Nova Scotian Decade for People of African Nova Scotia Descent Coalition, or DPAD, and after consultation with police leadership, Mr. Chair, I issued a new directive to police pursuant to the Police Act that clarified and strengthened the ban on street checks. My ministerial directive eliminated a flaw in an earlier directive that had the potential of allowing police to stop and illegally collect the record identifying information of individuals. We heard from the African Nova Scotian community that this activity disproportionately affected Black people. My directive makes it clear that police must use the criminal law standard of reasonable suspicion before detaining a person or collecting any identifying information without their consent. Chair, there is no place for anti-Black racism or any type of other racism in Nova Scotia. We work to address systemic discrimination and racism in the justice system continues with this government as a high priority. We are committed to taking action to advance the recommendations directed to the province in the Wortley report, and we will continue to engage with police, community, and stakeholders as we address the recommendations from the report. Social justice is a significant focus for myself and our department. Many people, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for many Indigenous people and African Nova Scotians, systemic racism and discrimination is a lived reality that is not acceptable. Last month, the consultation phase for Nova Scotia's first African Nova Scotia Justice Plan was announced. This signifies and represents progress towards our goal. It will help to address specific and systemic barriers to justice faced by African Nova Scotians. The voices of African Nova Scotian community members are a critical part of developing this plan. The consultations begin in May and run to the end of June. We will be engaging 25 African Nova Scotian communities through 16 in-person sessions across the province. A midterm consultants report will be shared publicly with the community members later in the summer. Mr. Chair, we are doing this work in partnership with DPAD, the Association of Black Social Workers, and African Nova Scotia Affairs. Chair, we are also working with DPAD on a proposal for an African Nova Scotian policing strategy, and we continue to support the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute that was announced by the former government in July of 2021. Chair, there is also much work to do to improve the experience of Mi'kmaq and other Indigenous people in our justice system. Indigenous persons too are overrepresented in the criminal justice system, and this is unacceptable. We will continue to address it. Important steps have been taken in recent years, including the establishment of an Indigenous court in Wagmatcook First Nations, as well as a wellness court that respects and takes into account the lived experience of Indigenous Nova Scotians. Most recently, the department created its first full-time Mi'kmaq court interpreter position, working out of the Sydney Justice Centre and the Satellite Court in Eskasoni. This position expands interpreter services that are currently provided on a casual basis at both Wagmatcook as well as Port Hawkesbury courts. It also supports the goal and vision laid out with the legislation introduced last week enshrining Mi'kmaq as Nova Scotia's first official language. Chair, as you can imagine, individuals appearing before a court of law want and deserve to receive services in their first language. Interpretive services are critical to achieve a meaningful access to justice. I will also add, Mr. Chair, that we continue to set the groundwork for an Indigenous Justice Action Plan. We are committed to working closely with Mi'kmaq leaders and community and other government departments such as Lanu Affairs and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism to develop a plan that is responsive and respects the unique needs of Indigenous people. The action plan will be based on meaningful engagement with community. A crucial element and principle of this work will be nothing about us without us. A Mi'kmaq consultant will soon be retained to help inform government role in this essential work. Regrettably, COVID-19 has delayed the start of this initiative last year, but we certainly hope to launch in-person discussions with community later in 2022. Chair, it is through greater understanding that we will continue to improve access to justice and transform the justice system for all Nova Scotians, particularly marginalized communities. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a few moments to highlight some of the investment in the Department of Justice's 2022-23 budget. We are making major investments in public safety, accessibility, and in our courts to make them more efficient. As I stated earlier, our budget is increasing by 6% this year. A large part of that increase will pay for the increased pressures faced by the department in the coming year. Policing costs are rising in large part because of the new labor agreement between the RCMP and the Public Service Canada. Just over $20 million of this year's budget will be spent for RCMP contract costs. This includes the impact of increased labor costs, fleet requirements, accommodations, and additional resources. DOJ is investing $1.5 million for additional court services, resources, and positions to support the judiciary's work to address court backlogs. $253,000 will be dedicated to the Public Trustee's Office for resources and operating funds to support services required by the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act and the Unclaimed Remains Program. Mr. Chair, every person is entitled to a dignified burial. There will also be $137,000 increase for the First Nations policing program, providing Indigenous officers in First Nations communities. The department is investing an additional $465,000 to support the medical examiner's officer with the establishment of a death review committees to investigate deaths that result from domestic violence, as well as deaths involved youth in the care of the province. Another very important investment is our Victims Services Division. More than $440,000 will be used to hire 5 additional victim service positions, which include 3 victim services officers, a manager of programs, and an administrative support person. These positions will improve service to our clients. The demand from the victims and witnesses of crime for support has doubled in the last 5 years. The files are very complex. Supporting victims of human trafficking and their families, as well as supports for the families and survivors involved in the impact of the mass casualty events of 2020, are 2 examples why these additional resources are certainly needed. Chair, I can't say enough about the work of our victim service staff do to support clients across Nova Scotia. They have played a central role in supporting family members through the aftermath of the mass casualty event and at the Commission's hearing, which are currently underway. The victim service team works tirelessly to ensure those who have experienced harms are assisted to receive trauma-informed support and counseling. The department has also made investments in the public prosecution services. 2 years ago, the PPS hired a new Crown attorney dedicated to prosecuting human trafficking cases. With this year's budget, the prosecution service is adding another Crown attorney also dedicated to human trafficking cases. These dedicated Crown attorneys will also continue the delivery of specialized training to other Crown attorneys throughout the PPS and collaborate with our justice partners in combating this horrific crime. With this year's budget approval, a public prosecution intake team will be re-established in Dartmouth Provincial Court, and one will continue in the Halifax Provincial Court to triage cases. The Department of Justice is providing these resources with the help of the Public Prosecution Services, meet its obligation in addressing to avoid delays in cases moving forward through the criminal justice system. Chair, I would now like to shift to another critical important area of the department's budget, and that is accessibility. The Department of Justice will continue to lead and implement the implementation of the Access by Design 2030 strategy and the Government of Nova Scotia's accessibility plan, which are guiding Nova Scotia towards our goal of being an accessible province by the year of 2030. We are investing $440,000 this year for the Accessibility Directorate to support the Access by Design strategy and a multi-year plan. This additional funding will allow the Accessibility Directorate to maintain its current staffing complement so it can guide the work of the Standard Development Committee. Work, of course, is underway on development of accessibility standards for a built environment. This comprises of our towns and cities, buildings, parks, roads, for example, as well as education and employment. Later this month, the Built Environment Working Group will complete a review of recommendations for the Built Environment Accessibility Standard. Drafts will then be shared with the public in the summer and enacted in the spring of 2023. The Education Standards Group is developing Phase 2 recommendations. Public consultations were completed last month with recommendations due to be delivered to me in my capacity as Minister of Justice in August. The Environmental Standard Development Committee, established in December 2021, has started its work. Online consultation on barriers and accessible employment for persons with disability are currently underway. Work on accessibility standards for goods and services, information and communication, and finally transportation will begin at a rate of 1 per year, beginning in the year 2022-2023. Chair, the goal of the Accessible Nova Scotia is only possible through the collective support of all sectors and Nova Scotians. We all have a role to play. Public sector organizations, including municipalities, universities, libraries, are all important partners in meeting our goal of having an accessible province by 2030. The organizations have undertaken many efforts to advance accessibility, and I would personally like to thank them for their efforts. We know 2030 is not that far away, so raising awareness and getting buy-in now is an extremely important part. A multi-year public awareness campaign has been developed. The initial phase of the campaign will be launching soon. Another important highlight for this year is the legislative review of the Accessibility Act itself. Like some of our other legislation, such as the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act, as well as the Intimate Images and Cyber Safety Act, we are reviewing the Accessibility Act this year to ensure it is achieving the results that we expect from it. Dr. Kate Albrecht, a respected expert in accessibility, has been appointed in September of 2021 to review the effectiveness of the Act and the accessibility standards and report on the findings of the review to the department. Consultations will begin soon. Chair, it is an important part of meeting the goals of Accessible Nova Scotia by 2030 will be ensuring compliance and enforcement with the Accessibility Act and its regulations. The Accessibility Directorate is developing the compliance enforcement framework for the Accessibility Act using a collaborative and consultative approach. Working groups of government and community stakeholders have been established to draft framework options. Our hope is to have that framework released later this spring. Our dedicated team at the Accessibility Directorate continues to engage with persons with disability, gaining insight into this important work and ensuring that the programs we deliver account for the different abilities of all Nova Scotians. Chair, Another area of government work where we are seeing progress and momentum is with our maintenance enforcement program. Staff continue to do a great job on behalf of Nova Scotia families. Our priority is to ensure children and families get the court-ordered support payments that they are entitled to. We have made many improvements over the last several years to increase support payments to families, increase enforcement, and reduce program arrears. Arrears are currently at the lowest level in 15 years. Since the rollout of the MEP online services in April of 2019, over 6,300 clients have registered, improving client services, timeliness of information, payment notification, and direct messaging to case managers. This is an important program that supports the financial and emotional stability of Nova Scotians. It supports more than 12,000 children and collects and pays out nearly $230,000 in child support and social support to recipients each and every day. Chair, another area of considerable focus for the department is intimate partner and sexualized violence, including domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual exploitation. The harms of these crimes are felt by children, youth, adults, families, and communities across Nova Scotia, and have a disproportionate impact on marginalized communities. We have and continue to deliver trauma-informed training and sexual violence training to frontline police officers, providing them with the necessary knowledge, skills, and abilities to effectively handle the complexities of these investigations. Having a human trafficking unit dedicated to this work that operates throughout the province is critical to our intervention efforts and the ability to convict the perpetrators. Government continues to commit $2.8 million a year to fight human trafficking and provide more supports and services for the survivors. The department is working with the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking on a national research project on human trafficking corridors. This research will inform service delivery, public policy development, police intervention for victims of human trafficking. Chair, I might also note at this point that the level of serious crime and frequent gun violence we are seeing in community recent is very concerning. I grieve for the families and loved ones of those who have lost their lives to gun violence. I'm reminded of the senseless loss of life of 8-year-old Lee Marion Kane in December from reckless gun violence, illegal gun violence. Gun violence, Mr. Chair, has no place in our communities. We want our citizens to be safe. Like all Nova Scotians, I am concerned whenever violence incidents occur in our communities. Addressing serious crime, including gun violence, is among one of our policing priorities for this coming year. My department is committed to adequately resourcing police and working with communities to address firearms-related offenses which are occurring in our province. We will continue to work to identify proactive ways to mitigate these trends, including collaborating with our federal, provincial, and territorial colleagues across the country who, like Nova Scotia, are combating serious crimes and gun violence. Addressing hate-motivated crime is also a policing priority, a policing priority for us. Chair, hate crimes are criminal offenses committed against any person or organization or property that are motivated by hate, prejudice, or biased against an identifiable group. Our Public Safety and Security Division recently hosted a digital anti-racism education workshop for frontline policing, which was hosted by the Canadian Council of Muslim Women. Part of the work going forward will be ongoing cultural competence training and increased analysis and reporting on trends, which will give us more and better information to address this issue. Chair, government has also made several investments over the past year to help support victims of domestic violence, including a new domestic violence training program for service providers, co-designed and developed through stakeholder engagement sessions and focus groups with specific focus on improving response in domestic violence cases. In September 2021, 57 first responders and service providers from 42 diverse organizations participated in an interactive new pilot webinar about understanding roles and responsibilities in responding to supporting domesticated violent interventions. This webinar training is now in the process of being rolled out across all the Atlantic region. A partnership has been established with Nova Scotia Community College to continue to provide online domestic violence learning services. So external stakeholders such as police and community service providers can access domestic violence training virtually 24/7. RCMP and municipal policing agencies have been supplied with 85 GPS personal safety alarms by the DOJ's Public Safety and Security Division since the pandemic was declared. Information sharing and case coordination practices are being improved in high-risk domestic violence situation. High-risk information will now be shared with Sheriff Services, the Domestic Violence Court Program, and Alice House as new partners. Training videos about the improvements are now accessible to domestic violence service providers as well. Our goal are to prevent domestic violence, support victims with an improved coordinated response, and to shift policies and interventions to achieve results that better meet the needs of victims and their families. Chair, the Department of Justice has been working in collaboration with Nova Scotia's Advisory Council on the Status of Women to address gap areas identified in relation to domestic violence. In October 2021, we finalized regulations for the Nova Scotia's Death Review Committee, which established a Domestic Violent Death Review Committee. Deaths are always heartbreaking, but a death that was preventable is even more so. This committee will help us to learn the lessons that will prevent deaths in the future. The Domestic Violence Death Review Committee will do trend analysis and in-depth reviews to better understand the circumstances of deaths due to domestic violence. The process is intended to promote a deeper understanding of the dynamics of domestic violence and improve prevention and intervention processes. Of course, Chair, we support the specialized domestic violence wellness courts, both in Sydney and in Halifax. And through these courts, we work with many community partners. And I'd just like to take a moment to recognize a few of those. The Nova Scotia Advisory Council on the Status of Women, Alice House, New Start and the People's Counseling Clinic, Cornerstone, the Elizabeth Fry Society, Association of Black Social Workers, Mi'kmaq Legal Services Network, Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, Nova Scotia Brotherhood Initiative, and the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia to ensure culturally safe programs are linked to the Domestic Violence Court Program. Chair, earlier I referenced the benefits of technology increasing efficiencies in our court, but it's important to recognize the dangers of technology when it is misused. Smartphones, social media, and online channels continue to be used as a means of cyberbullying and unwanted sharing of intimate images. The impacts of these behaviors can be devastating on the lives of the victims. The Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act was adopted in response to the growth of these issues. Last year, the courts awarded damages in the amount of $85,000 in the first successful case ever brought under this legislation. This court case, along with a greater awareness of supports that are available through the department's cyber scan unit, is sending the message that these behaviors are unacceptable and will not be tolerated. The Intimate Image and Cyber Protection Act came into force almost 4 years ago to help protect Nova Scotians from online bullying. It is now important that we review this legislation to ensure that it is doing the job that it was meant to do. That legislative review is currently underway. The review includes targeted discussions with key stakeholders such as victims and their family, police agencies, provincial and police victim services, restorative justice groups, and Nova Scotia schools and legal experts. The report resulting from this review will be tabled in the House of Assembly later this summer. Chair, the last 2 years have been hard for all Nova Scotians. In addition to the fear and loss faced by many due to COVID, we also experienced the mass casualty that resulted in the loss of 22 Nova Scotians. The heartbreak of that event is still very raw, especially as we continue to relive and learn more of the painful details of what occurred on April 18th and 19th, 2020, through the testimony and documentation being shared at the Joint Provincial Federal Independent Public Inquiry, referred to as the Mass Casualty Commission. This work is critically important, Mr. Chair, to getting answers and helping prevent something from ever happening again. Parallel to this work, there are things that we can do to help prevent the reoccurrence of similar events. Earlier this month, our government proclaimed legislation that will further restrict someone from being able to access items that would facilitate impersonation of a police officer. The Police Identity Management Act will come into effect May the 12th, 2022. We appreciate there is no way to entirely eliminate all risks, but we do believe that these efforts will help mitigate them. Another public inquiry, which we have important recommendations for government, will be concluding this year, is the Desmond Fatality Inquiry. The Desmond Fatality Inquiry heard from its last 2 witnesses just 2 weeks ago. It too has had significant and unspeakable effects on Nova Scotian families. We look forward to its recommendations, and I anticipate will provide us with insight that can be used to prevent similar incidences throughout the province in the future. Mr. Chair, still in the area of public safety, I want to take a moment to update on the work between ourselves, New Brunswick, and the Maritime Serious Incident Response Team. Chair, collaboration between our 2 provinces continues on a joint CERT model based on our agreement in principle, which was reached in the fall of 2021, Atlantic's First Minister meeting. Mr. Chair, before I conclude my remarks today, I would like to take an opportunity to extend a sincere thank you to the entire Department of Justice team for their commitment to the people of Nova Scotia. They accomplish great things every day, Mr. Chair, and I personally thank each and every one of them for what they do for Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, this concludes my remarks. I look forward to the opportunity to respond to questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus turn, the members within caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. And to begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect, and your time is start is 4:11.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and the staff that have worked very hard. I know getting the budget together and making some very important investments on behalf of Nova Scotians, especially those most marginalized. Very critical department to focus on. So I'm happy to ask some questions related to the opening remarks and the budget in the first hour, and I'll start with relating to court backlogs, and it was referenced in your opening how there has been impacts to more and more cases being backlogged, and we know the pandemic has had impact on that. And as it relates to the Jordan decision established in 2016 by the Supreme Court of Canada about the timelines and the threshold about trying to satisfy that decision, I wonder, opening off, if the minister can tell us how many cases in Nova Scotia have met and exceeded the Jordan threshold in the provincial and Supreme Courts that have not been completed.
Thank you very much,
No.
Mr. Chair. If the member
Minister,
would just...
Minister,
if
I'll have to recognize you. Sorry about that. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to the member for the question. If we can just hold on, I'm trying to make sure that I provide the most accurate number for the record, and I just want to let you know we're looking, so hang on.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thanks for that. And just while you're looking, since it's related to the same number, I just want to know if the minister could also tell us how many cases have been dropped due to delay.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to the member. As of March 2022, 1,230 criminal cases exceeded the Jordan benchmarks. This represents an increase of about 206% since March of 2020. There are another 769 cases that are coming up to the Jordan benchmarks. The judiciary are responsible for scheduling the court matters, but we do have close court collaboration and consultation through post-pandemic as we move forward with them, and we are trying to get that backlog caught up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many cases have been dropped because they have exceeded the threshold and have not received an extension?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member. Of course, timely justice is a hallmark of free and democratic society. Courts operated throughout the pandemic in a combination of in person, where possible, and of course, as I stated during my opening remarks, virtually utilizing technology that was available as well, either through video conferencing or through telephone conferencing, some other hybrid model. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we do have the COVID compliant court that was open during the pandemic over in Dartmouth, which certainly allowed proceedings to continue forward, which otherwise they wouldn't have. I believe that similar to all other departments and everywhere else, COVID has had its impact, of course, in the judiciary and the cases that come forward. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we actually had, I believe, 55 applications that came forward. 5 of those were granted directly because of Jordan delays. But I would note that since 2016, the total number that have been granted because of Jordan is 15. And so, although we recognize at the department that COVID and the Jordan does come into play, we're not significantly out of whack when compared to since 2016. And I hope that answers the question for the member. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you to the Minister. That's helpful. We did go through FOIPOP request and we learned that 852 cases were completed this year in adult criminal court that were above that Jordan threshold. And that's a concern. That's up from the 596 completed in the year 1920 that were above the threshold. I'll just table that FOIPOP. So obviously, as the member said, how important it is to ensure Nova Scotians are able to get their day in court in a timely manner. I'm wondering if the Minister could tell us any more about the nature of these cases and what is being done in the coming year to reduce that backlog.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member. There is currently $2.3 million included in the budget this year to address some of the pressures in the criminal justice system, including resources for specialized intake teams at public prosecution services, which I spoke about earlier, which will actually help to triage the outstanding cases. Court staff to support additional hearings and court-ordered reports. And we also have a Justice of the Peace Center. I would also note for the member that there were a number of vacancies on the bench. We have filled some of those due to vacancies due to retirements, and so we have filled those. We still have 2 vacancies that exist, and we plan on hopefully filling those relatively soon. The applications from barristers across the province have gone in to a judicial review committee who are reviewing those applications and will be making recommendations to the department. And so we're optimistic that by probably mid-June, we should be making further appointments that should help to address some of those backlogs as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just I wanted to clarify the vacancy number since he referenced it. So Justice Alida Cromwell was elevated to Supreme Court Family Division by the Federal Minister of Justice on March 28th. And she has been sitting in the Halifax Provincial Court. So I just wanted to clarify, would that create another third vacancy? Just wanted the Minister to confirm.
I recognize the honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, to answer the member's question directly, yes, when Justice Cromwell was elevated, that did create an additional vacancy. Currently, vacancies, we have 3 in Halifax and 1 in Antigonish. Ironically, when I had the opportunity, when Federal Minister Lamente was here in Halifax a few weeks ago, had a chance to talk to him about the importance of federal appointments. I guess he went right back and listened to me. So we now have, unfortunately, an additional appointment. But I will say, fortunately, timing is good because, as I said earlier, we do have that judicial review panel that is looking at applications now. And just for further clarity for members, the process to appoint provincial court judges, of course, was recently updated on January 14th, 2022. And, they were updated to ensure that we had more diversity in the judiciary, as well as trying to improve the fairness and the transparency of positions, people who were going to the bench. So that did happen in January. Of course, also providing increasing accountability for the governmental decision making there as well. Mr. Chair, I would say that the appointment of judges to the provincial court is one of the most important decisions I think that government has to make. So it is crucial that process be transparent and that it be robust process in place. We have a very large province, and we wanted to ensure that everyone from across Nova Scotia had equal opportunities to apply for those positions, as well as I said, making sure that we took into diversity and so that's just a little bit of background as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I am aware of those changes, and I will have a few questions on that. But and that's my fault for jumping over to that topic. But I'll try to finish with where I'm getting at with the Jordan threshold. The minister does have a mechanism in the criminal code to deal with less serious breaches that does not result in new charges being laid. So Section 496 of the criminal code, peace officers, if they have reasonable grounds and no harm, damage, economic loss occurred, the officer may issue an appearance notice instead of laying charges. And it's my understanding that this tool is not being utilized by the police and Crowns. And I'll table a Freedom of Information request where we received information that this tool has been used a total of 12 times over a period of almost 2 years. And we've already established how many cases are over that threshold and growing. I want the minister, if he could explain why this tool has been underutilized.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, thank you to the member for the question. What I would say is that, yes, we recognize that that tool is there, but that really is a tool that is in place for policing or for the Crowns to utilize. And, you know, as I know that the member knows, the Department of Justice, Public Prosecution Services, as well as policing in the province are at an arm's length from the department. PPS, of course, being independent of the department. And so, so we really do not deal with that on a day-to-day basis with those departments, but it is something that I can certainly inquire into and get back to the member at future date.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And every time I get an answer, I want to jump around, but it's hard within the time constraints. But I would say, because it is the independence, which is something that is valued and important, especially since the Marshall inquiry and what that was born out of, it was never meant to be a barrier to equity. And we have seen since that time, in 30 years, no Mi'kmaq or African Nova Scotian in positions of authority under the Public Prosecution Service. And in fact, you could argue that the service itself has not been adhering to stated hiring practices that the public service is adhering to. So I'd ask the minister, and I know there's a bill that's somewhat related before the House, but given that he knows that there's never been diversity in those senior level positions, Crowns have an immense amount of power to make those discretionary calls. And that's my concern and why I've asked these questions. There's obviously many people qualified from these communities. A lot of them have gone on to be judges. And I think that proves the case of qualifications. So that's a barrier. And given that, I wonder if the minister would entertain an external independent review of hiring practices in this regard.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I guess what I would say is I certainly agree with the comments of the member in the question that he has asked. Which is why, since becoming the Minister Justice here, we have done a number of significant changes. As I spoke about earlier, is the change into the judicial appointments, which was done to try to ensure that there was, you know, diversity on the bench. And with the recent retirement of the Director of the Public Prosecution Service, who's just retired in February after 21 years at the helm directing PPS in the province, we recognize that we have a unique opportunity here to make a significant culture change and to address some of the systemic issues that exist, and you know, they do exist in PPS and throughout justice, and you know, I've go as far to say throughout government. So you know, we are initiating reviews and making changes to try to address that, to ensure equity, and I certainly recognize the importance of equity in the PPS as well. As I'm sure the member knows, we do have an acting director there right now, Linda Oland, and she's in the position until July. We are currently in the department just starting the process to look for a new director of public prosecution services. Of course, as the member referred to, the bill in the House that is specific, we would like to get that bill passed so that as we go out and we advertise, and anyone who's applying for that position would understand what the expectations are. We've set term limits to that position, of course, to try to increase diversity and change over in the department over a period of time. Recognizing that a lot can change in 7 years. That you know, that is our time frame that a position would be held, is 7 years, and we recognize so much in technology and you know, even through COVID, what we've seen change in technology in the judicial DOJ in the last 2 years is incredible. And I will say it's ironic that now that the judiciary and the courts and corrections are all starting to utilize some of the technologies that have been forced on us, they're now actually demanding more and more of those services. So going back though to the member's question, I think you know, we are taking steps both through the changes in how we appoint to the bench, how we go forward with appointments to PPS. And certainly we've heard from our partners as well as Ann's DPAD. We've heard from a number of partners around some of the issues that currently exist, and we're going to do what we can to try to address those issues, address systemic racism, and try to make things as fair as we can with all Nova Scotians. So I hope that, I know that was more longer-winded than usual, but I hope that does address the members' questions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the confirmation of systemic racism within the public prosecution. If that's what I'm hearing, with the and respectfully, as the Attorney General, you do have the authority to give direction to the Crown, and I know that there's an obligation to consult with the Crown. So I wonder if there would be an aversion to putting something in writing, which I think is much more than a symbol from the Attorney General, to the public prosecution to publicly acknowledge the existence of systemic anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism within the institution that have impacted these people, which I think is what you've kind of confirmed for me in my question. But I think there's value in putting something in writing that that aligns more with what we've done, previous government has done, as admitting that there is systemic racism within the system. So I think in specific to public prosecution, certainly we've made gains in the judiciary and appointing more Black and Indigenous judges, but there is a long way to go within the Crown, and I'll go back to the ability and the autonomy that the Crowns have, and the impact that it can have on marginalized communities.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if my previous question was clear, so I'd like to clarify my stance on this. Is I believe that as a whole, there is systemic racism in government and in society as a whole, and you know, I don't necessarily feel that there would be a benefit to directly point out or pull out finger point to any one department. I think it's a recognition that systemic racism does exist in government, and so you know, really it becomes a question of to the extent of where it exists in what departments. And you know, the current acting director, I have reached out, our department has reached out and has had discussions with her, and there is a review that will be taking place relatively soon to actually look at the extent of systemic racism currently in the PPS as well as previously in the PPS. And I think that that's something that as Minister of Justice, it's something that I'm encouraging all departments that are under my mandate to look at is to do internal reviews and see where systemic racism may lie within their departments and how departments can better address that. So I think that that's coming forward relatively soon from the current acting director. I would also you know, provide for the member that part of the interview process as we move forward to hire a new director for public prosecution services particularly, of course, will be following the Public Service Commission's rules and their hiring practices, of course, looking for equity and diversion, which is highlighted in the hiring practices of Public Service Commission. So as we move forward, we'll certainly be looking at that. And you know, I certainly also anticipate that in the hiring process for the director, that we will probably reach out and have a very diverse candidate selection committee that will also be struck to review those applications. And you know, my goal really is to ensure that appointments are beyond reproach, and that when we make decisions, that somebody can't come forward and say that decisions were made for political reasons or any other. And I very much have tried to respect the independence of the courts, the judiciary, of PPS, of a number of departments that fall under me. When I came in as minister, they all made it very clear that in order for government to work well, everybody has to kind of understand where their own independence is, and kind of stick to their own lane somewhat. There is brief oversight, but that independence, and as the member had mentioned, coming out of the Donald Marshall case, of course, it's very important in Nova Scotia that we have that independence, and so the direction will be given to, it has already been given to review to see where systemic racism may lie within the PPS. But I hope that answers the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the answers are helpful. We're getting some new information, so I am going to jump to that topic because the reference to Justice Oland was mentioned in her role as the acting director. But we are the province of, as the minister has said, the Marshall Inquiry. We are the province of the Kirk Johnson case. We are the province of the Wortley Report. And we need to start to look seriously how we can make sure that when marginalized communities are impacted by the justice system and they enter the courtroom, that they see themselves reflected in the courtroom. In 2016, Chief Justice McDonald did commission a report that was supposed to look at the specific issue of diversity on the bench, and the minister has talked about this presentation. She did consult with 30 individuals, including lawyers, judges, and law professors, thoroughly researched, and the result was a 111-page report. I wonder if the minister had a chance to review this report before implementing the changes that he has said that he put in place in January.
I recognize the honourable minister for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, through you to the member, no, I did not. I do know that a number of people that are here in the department did have an opportunity to read it. We're very familiar with it. And I think that, that was fundamental in us looking at Justice Oland as the interim director there. I will say that I'd like to provide, although that report, my understanding is it was done a number of years ago. It did talk, of course, about equity, diversity, and inclusion on the bench. And since that time and the report, I do think that we have seen a more diversified judiciary, and I'd like to just quickly give a breakdown, if I could, of the makeup of the bench. So currently we have 16. This is full-time and part-time judges. We have 16 women, 13 of whom are full-time, and 3 of which are part-time. We have 19 men, 11 are full-time, and 8 are part-time. 1 is Indigenous woman. 4 are African Nova Scotian. 2 are LGBTQ2SI, and 5 are fluent in French. So the percentage of breakdown actually is 54% of the current bench is female. 42% are men. 3% are Mi'kmaq. 4% are LGBTQ2SI, and 20% is fluent with French language capacity. So I hope that helps the member.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm well aware of those appointments, having been on the government that appointed many of those individuals. And my concern is that we may not make as much progress on ensuring that there is inclusion and equity reflected on the bench. And I take the minister's honesty that he didn't review the very important report and the recommendations that flew from it. But there were specific recommendations that I would have thought staff would have briefed him on in developing the new way of appointing judges, specific even to the committee that this minister has created. There was a recommendation that said, as appropriate and possible, the Chief Justices and Chief Judge consider appointing judges from racialized groups as their nominees on the committees. Now, Mr. Chair, to my knowledge, neither of the judges currently appointed to this advisory committee identify as African Nova Scotian or Indigenous or come from other racialized backgrounds. And in fact, by stipulating that the chair of committee be a retired judge or justice, the government effectively ensured that the chair of the Judicial Advisory Committee would not be from an African Nova Scotian or Mi'kmaq community, because the pool of judges from these communities who have reached retirement age is extremely small. I want the minister to reflect on that, and I'll read another recommendation. Through their nominees, the Chief Justices and Chief Judge encourage the committees to receive periodic cultural competency training. There is no mention in the guidelines that there would be cultural training required for committee members, and that was recommended by Justice Oland. And I'm bringing this up, the minister himself mentioned Justice Oland, so I think if he has not been made aware of these recommendations, at least he is now, and maybe he can consider going back and consulting with communities on how widespread these changes are going to be, and that the potential is, without including marginalized voices on these committees, how problematic that is. And at the very least today, would he be able to confirm that the second recommendation will be actually followed and that cultural competence training be mandated?
Deanna.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure if the member recognizes the composition of the committee. So just for the members, just so I can make it aware, we do have an individual who, a number of individuals on that committee that I would think are from, would qualify as diverse candidates. We do have someone from the Mi'kmaq community, LBGTQ. We have somebody who is African Nova Scotian, as well as a person, another person of color who's additionally there. And I think, you know, if the member would like, of course, I know that the bios for the individuals that comprise that committee are on the DOJ website. So if the member would like to check that, and we can certainly chat. But what I will say is additionally that it was also very important to me, as I said earlier on, that there also be regional diversity as well. And you know, one of the things that I was finding that seemed to be happening were a lot of the recommendations. My understanding was a lot of those were from within Halifax or within government, and I really wanted to see that diversify. I think that Nova Scotia is a broad, big province in some respects. It takes me about 9 hours to drive from one end to the other. So I wanted to ensure that there was regional diversity as well as other diversity there. So I hope that answers that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be clear, there are a number of very good people on that committee, and there is some diversity. But what I was pointing out was that there are two recommendations that are not being followed, as far as I can tell. The one said appointing judges from racialized groups, and the chair, to my knowledge, is not from a racialized group. Obviously, the chair has a special role to play on this committee, and these aren't just me bringing these concerns. Concerns were brought up that actually point to the weakening of independence and how the minister now has complete control over the composition of the committee, and it does give rise to the perception that the minister could second-guess the advisory committee's recommendations and the committee's rigorous assessment of whether or not candidates meet the selection criteria, and therefore not be independent anymore. There is a letter that the Advocate Society sent to the minister he would have, and they recommended the implementation of the changes to the guidelines be suspended and reconsidered. I'm just wondering how he would respond to the criticism of not conducting meaningful consultation with important stakeholders in the justice system, including those who represent these equity-seeking groups that he purports to support.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, thank you to the member for his comments. Or for the comments. I guess what I would point out is I mean, this is not. It's actually a little bit broader than it previously was because, of course, as previous, these recommendations that are coming forward to the committee are coming forward from a number of organizations, the Barrister Society, as well as recommendations from the bench, and the Arm's Length Committee then reviews those and makes recommendations to the department. So I think that there really has not been. In fact, we've increased the number of recommendations that we're looking from, both from the bar as well as from the provincial courts. So. And those recommendations that come, I mean, that committee ultimately is accountable to the minister, who ultimately is accountable to Nova Scotians. And I think that there are directions that are laid out. Recommendations, and I would also underline that their guidelines and recommendations that are given, and the accountability is in what Nova Scotians expect us to do and hold us accountable for. So I'm quite comfortable with the composition of the committee. I'm quite comfortable with the diversity and regional diversity of the committee, and the makeup of that committee is I think it will come forward with wonderful recommendations for appointments. So what I will say, and I don't say this to be smug whatsoever, but I will say that the issues that currently exist have existed for a long time. And I think that, as minister, I am trying to make a difference, that we will see an impact. I think that I'm not being status quo to the way things have been for the last 8 years. I am saying let's take an opportunity to look at justice overall and see where we can fix some of the tweak and fix some of the issues that exist. And I think anyone who's known me in my 22-year career recognizes that I am a very sincere person, and that I typically try the best to do the best for people, best for Nova Scotians, and that I fundamentally feel that this is the best way to ensure diversity on the bench. So thank you, member.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How will the confidentiality of the advisory committee selection process be ensured, and will the minister be exempt from FOIPOP requests pertaining to the applicants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do, I believe the member's time is almost up, so I wanted to get to this very quickly. Yes, I you know, that was one of the concerns that we had, but when we've looked, I do believe FOIPOP has an exemption for a number of cases. One of those, of course, being an exception for employment, some exemptions around that process. And so we're not really too concerned with that. Mr. Chair, I'd also say that the amendments also improve information sharing by the committee. Information of all recommended candidates. So the committee is actually restricted. However, what they do is it does have a rating classification in their recommendations to the minister, which is something unique from before when recommended names just came forward. They'll now be classified, as well as a rating system that the committee, I believe, is putting in place. So I hope that answers the questions.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll note that the member actually referenced the Barrister Society, who also wrote a letter with recommendations that aren't being followed. So we have a number of groups concerned, and I think the very least the minister could do is consult, a meaningful consultation with organizations that have been working on these issues for decades, and to develop a committee that he has oversight on, and with no transparency of what the committee actually comes up with in terms of recommendations for people being appointed, I think erodes public confidence of the independence of the process. And that's what I think was clarified today. So I would implore the minister to look at some of the recommendations and at the very least meet with organizations that have been working on this for a long time. I know my time is almost up. I just wanted to ask a question around legal aid, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will probably be asking questions on legal aid, but I thought it was pretty surprising to see a frozen budget this year, given all the pressures that we've been talking about, even as it relates to the Jordan threshold and issues around marginalized communities who disproportionately need to access services, low-income people, and their access to justice. And so the question is, like, and I would say that every dollar invested in legal aid has proven to save $6 of public funds elsewhere. And so I think it's a misguided opportunity to look at a strained budget for Nova Scotia legal aid. So I just asked the minister, I know my time's running up, what steps are being taken to ensure all Nova Scotians have access to legal representation?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And very quickly, recognizing that we only have about 2 minutes left in this particular, with this particular speaker. So, of course, legal aid, the funding for legal aid is relatively complex. It does have a significant component that is a federal component. We are advocating and in discussions with the feds on a regular basis around how we fund legal aid. And if the member would like to have the opportunity to sit down and discuss further, I'm certainly open to sitting down and going through that with the member. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you to the minister for your participation and answers today. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, member. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Are we able to take a 5-minute nature break?
I guess we're gonna have to. Sure.
The minister's bladder is saying we need to
Okay,
take a few
okay,
minute break. So
okay,
if you
okay.
guys just want to chill for a minute, I can run, be right
Yeah.
back, or we can chill for 5 minutes. But
Go for
thank
3.
you.
Let's go for 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be back in a minute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Everyone ready? The time is now 5:16, and I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister and to the secret staff that we know are there but cannot see or hear. We appreciate your efforts tonight and always. I will probably canvass some of the same things discussed in the last hour, but I'm just going to start with a few basic questions around budget lines. There is my colleague just mentioned at the end of his questioning the kind of static nature of the legal aid budget, and maybe we'll come back to that if there's time. But we did see, and I think the minister mentioned this in his opening, a rather large increase in the line for public safety and security. So that's 19.6 million. Can we get a breakdown of that 19.6 million, sort of in general terms?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. New Chair, and through you to the member. Yes, the 19.6 there was 315,000 thousand increase to Guns and Gangs program. Hang on, I just want a clarification. Hold on, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. So once again, 315,000 was a increase to the Guns and Gang program. Of course, that amount was 100% federally funded through the Guns and Gangs initiative, action initiative. There was 191,000, which was a one FTE salary and operating for secretary level 2, a compliance officer, and also adjustments to the provincial firearm safety program. 137 additional funding support for First Nations policing. A $100,000 wage adjustment, which was based on economic adjustment as well as step increases. Amortization of vehicles was 18. And adjustment for the amount of recovery from RCMP to operate the DNA labs was was 15,000, I'm sorry. And of course, the most significant increase being the 20,062,000 for RCMP contract costs, including labor, impact on additional resources. So that was the most significant increase of that 20 million. Just over 10.6 million of that is recovered to the department from municipalities.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and we'll get back to that, the pressures that creates for municipalities. And I appreciate that. You mentioned in there the amortization of vehicles. I noticed there's also spending for court infrastructure upgrades and fleet renewal. Can the minister just briefly outline what that includes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And those numbers that the member just asked about are not included in the first set of numbers. Those ones are specific to corrections and sheriff department under public safety. So, or I'm sorry, under courts, and the original numbers were under public safety. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Yep, I'm aware of that. I'm just asking the minister to let me know what's included in those items. What is the court infrastructure upgrade, and what is the fleet renewal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair, and hopefully this will answer the members' questions. So court leaseholds of 2.3 million, which was and the fleet. Now, the court leasehold improvements, of course, would be upgrades that need to be done to various courtrooms across the province, specifically to the Dartmouth court, the older court that most of us would be familiar with, as well as cell modifications, Dartmouth, the secure screening room, a few things like that that were upgraded in the facilities themselves. 780,000 was fleet vehicles, and most of that would have been just annual replacement of ongoing fleet replacement that happens every year with the sheriff's, the vans that we see parked outside the province house. And that would be about it.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Minister. So in the opening, one of the, I think, items from the minister's mandate letter that was mentioned was order-making powers to the amending the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act to give order-making ability to the Privacy Commissioner. Of course, we've been discussing this recently because not only is there no sign of that, but there are big questions about whether the Privacy Commissioner is in fact being engaged at all. And there are other acts being amended that directly impact on privacy, in which she says herself she has not been consulted or engaged. And so I wonder, given that, when can we expect this legislation giving order-making power? And is this something that the minister still clearly intends to do?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, through you to the member. So, of course, this is an item, as I said earlier, that's identified in my mandate letter. Having come into the position, I did receive correspondence relatively early on from the review officer, Ms. Ralph. And in that correspondence, there were a number of things that she identified she would like to see above just order-making power. And I think that the most significant thing that became evident to me was that the last time the FOIPOP Act was reviewed was over 20 years ago. And if the member herself thinks of how much has changed in the last 20 years, particularly in regards to technology and electronic correspondence and the way information is held, has changed so significantly over the last 20 years. And so early on, correspondence from the FOIPOP officer did ask for a more fulsome review than just order-making power. The intent, I did take that opportunity to go to the Premier and explain that this was not going to be, in order to do this, I fundamentally felt that it needs to be done right. I didn't think that it was going to be something that was going to be done quickly, although there was some criticisms in regards to setting a fixed election date. That was something that was a little bit more straightforward to me than this. But based on correspondence from the FOIPOP officer and discussions there, I knew this was going to take longer. I did reach out to and had a meeting with the Premier and expressed that the implications are so much greater than just the province of Nova Scotia. It affects over 210, I believe, different departments, everything from hospitals, school boards, schools, municipalities across the province. So it's very broad. And given the fact that there hadn't been a fulsome review done for the past 20 years, I have had discussions with the Premier to ask for the ability to go forward and do a more fulsome review. And we have met with Ms. Ralph as well and expressed that to her, and I believe that she's favorable in moving forward in that direction. You know, I guess the downside to that is that until that happens, we work under the existing rules. But we have started already looking at a jurisdictional scan to see how other provinces deal with FOIPOP. And of course, we have met with Service Nova Scotia and Minister LeBlanc's department as well to have discussions about this. And I think that we're all on side to want to move forward and really look at fixing freedom of information and protection of privacy. So I think we're all on board to committing to do that. And you know, I certainly anticipate that there'll be a fulsome consultation process that will go on as part of that. And I'm very open to reaching out to everybody involved, including opposition parties, and having a discussion around how we move forward with that. So I hope that answers the members' questions.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Well, it gives me about 10 more, but I would say thank you for that answer. I would suggest that a fixed election date in the summer is easy because it benefits the party in power. This is harder because it inhibits the party in power's ability to do things on its own. I appreciate the number of entities that are impacted by FOIPOP legislation and how overdue it is, so really glad to hear that there will be that fulsome review. But I guess the answer, I have two specific questions arising from your answer, Minister, and one is there still a firm commitment when that legislation comes to the floor that it will include order-making powers? Because I didn't hear that. That's what's in the mandate letter. That's what your government lobbied for 4 years when in opposition. And the second question is, are you consulting the Privacy Commissioner in the meantime? Because we just saw a bill that did manage to come to the floor of the House that was about privacy and, you know, private health information of Nova Scotians, where the not only you know, was her opinion not shared, but it was not sought.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I guess what I would say is, as I previously said, I did have an opportunity when I recognized the significance of that this was going to be a lot more significant of an endeavor than just turning around and saying that we're going to grant order-making power. I did go and discussed with the Premier to ensure that I was able to move forward, and this was still something that was a priority, and was given the directions to still do that. So therefore, it's in my mandate letter to grant order-making authority, and I haven't been given anything other than to continue down that road. So that's the intention that we will be doing. And, you know, I think that for good or for bad, criticism or not, I think Premier has shown that he is willing to change his mind, and sometimes for potentially for good or bad criticism or accolades. But, you know, I wasn't given any direction other than to continue where we're going, and so we'll move forward still looking at order-making power.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And in the meantime, will your department be consulting with the Information and Privacy Commissioners on bills that come to the floor of the House that directly impact Nova Scotians' privacy and private information?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And what I would say is my Department of Justice, hasn't had any bills that have come forward that need to go to the FOIPOP officer currently. I do recognize the incidents that the members raised here today, of course, being in the House when both of those, and on law amendments when those came up. And I do recognize what the FOIPOP Commissioner Review Officer voiced at Law Amendments Committee. In all fairness, I think that really has to be a question that goes back to those departments and those ministers. But if there's legislation that's coming directly under this department that needs to go, we're not opposed to consulting the officer.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Well, I will move on, but I'll say that not being opposed to engaging the expertise of the Information and Privacy Officer on legislation from the Justice Department engaging privacy issues is a troubling answer, I would say, to that question. And further, as the Attorney General and the office and department that oversees the FOIPOP Act, I would suggest that the minister is engaged by any legislation that comes to the floor of the House regarding the privacy of Nova Scotians, regardless of the department. But I've received an answer, and so I thank the minister for that. I want to move on. Your business plan mentions an African Nova Scotian justice plan and an Indigenous justice plan, and I know you did speak a bit previously about the funding for those. Is there a timeline for that work that the minister could share?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, as I did say in my opening remarks, the department is in the process of two similar, although very separate, initiatives. One being the Halifax, Nova Scotia Justice Plan, and then the other one being the Indigenous Justice Action Plan. In regards to the African Nova Scotia Justice Plan, we've currently highlighted, it's I believe on the website, where we will be going out and doing consultation over 16 different communities across the province. That consultation, of course, as I believe I said, starts in May and June of this year. The hope is to have that wrapped up in a report coming back to the department sometime in the summer, so that we would be able in the fall to return to community to validate that what we heard and what we captured is what the community wants. So I think that it is really important that, of course, the voices of the African Nova Scotia community members be part of this process, and so we're certainly moving forward with doing that. In regards to the Indigenous Justice Action Plan, that's a little bit different, of course. COVID did have an impact on that. We have recently started to look at a consultant, engaging in a consultant for that plan, and I would anticipate that within the next couple of months we'll have engaged someone to move forward with that. And one thing I will say is, although not directly either in my mandate letter or directly started by this government, when I came on as Minister for Department of Justice, in doing a review of existing programs and initiatives that were happening in the department, when staff briefed me and brought me up to speed on these two initiatives, I felt that they were certainly a move in the right direction, and they were something that I was committed to continuing to see through to fruition. So they remain, and they will be moving forward in this budget as well as subsequent budgets as well.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Thank the minister for that answer. The department's business plan also talks about an anticipated increase of human trafficking cases created by an expansion of dedicated police investigative units and a return to pre-pandemic court activity. Can the minister provide the numbers of human trafficking cases prosecuted in 2020 and 2021?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as the member said early on, I have a whole lot of really smart people in the room with me. And there's not that many. They're all smart, but there's not that many people. So one of the things that I would suggest to the member, of course, with the independence of the Public Prosecution Services and Department of Justice, we don't keep those numbers, those specific statistics that the member is looking for here. I'm sure that prosecution services do. So it would probably be a question better asked of them. And I can try to get an exact number for the member, but we currently don't have that number here with us today. What I will say is, not only additionally, as I mentioned earlier, being part of my highlighted in part of my minister's mandate letter to try to address human trafficking, I do should recognize that over the last since 2018 straight up through including 2023, we are directing $2.1 million of funding towards addressing this issue. And of course, that coming from Public Safety Canada directed that money here through us to help us deal with that. And in addition, as I said earlier as well, the two new crowns at Public Prosecution Services who are there who are specifically dedicated crowns to try to deal with human trafficking. So that's the best I can give.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. In February of this year, the government released the report on the review of the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act, and there was quite a debate when that act first came in, and a lot of this topic of that debate resurfaced in this report. The first recommendation was that Nova Scotia's capacity laws should, quote, be reviewed to ensure that they reflect modern concepts of capacity and a commitment to greater support for persons with cognitive disabilities to enable their equal right to decision-making autonomy as members of the community to the greatest extent possible. There is currently a bill on the floor of the House that does not reflect this modern concept of capacity. So not only have we not brought forward that particular act for that recommendation, but we are adopting that same outdated, I would say, based on that recommendation, notion of capacity forward into other legislation. And I'm wondering if the minister can explain why.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Just for clarification, if I could, through you to the minister, or through you to the member, if the member could clarify which act it is that she's speaking about.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
I think it's the involuntary psychiatric. Let me actually, I don't have the order paper in front of me, but Ms. McNeil, you'll recall, made a presentation at Law Amendments about capacity. That's the capacity conversation that I'm referring to. I'll get the title of the act for the minister. Just a moment. He's ready.
I recognize the minister, Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe the bill that the member is discussing isn't directly with this department. We do have the Adult Capacity Decision Making Act that is coming forward, and I think I mentioned this. I don't think I actually may have done first or second reading on it, but it is a phased approach, and just for clarification, there were a number of groups, particularly CARP, that had came forward with some recommendations. We proceeded to look at making some amendments to the legislation. The amendments that came in regards from this department, we looked at doing a phased approach. Some of those amendments were, I guess, for lack of a better term, low-hanging fruit, and they were easier to address than others. And because of some of the consultation that had occurred through the Department of Seniors and Advanced Care, we were able to look at that. It is unusual to actually, as a member would know, to take legislation to the legislature twice. But because we felt that the recommendations we were making were beneficial, we decided to bring forward the things that seemed to be relatively non-controversial, that seemed to be a lot of consensus in, and bring that forward, and not hold those things up while we move forward to phase 2, which is coming, which will be, it will include public consultation and getting out to try to talk to people. And of course, recognizing that the legislation does have in it that there has to be a 5-year review done anyhow.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, right, and that's the Power of Attorney Act. Sorry for that mental blip. Lots of legislation running through my brain at the pace we're moving. And this is, I will just point out, in direct contradiction to the minister's answer about the FOIPOP Act. So I would suggest that bill could also come to the floor of the House twice, one with the non-controversial issue of giving the commissioner order-making powers, and then again for the rest of it, but we'll leave that, just wanting to point that out. Here, though, I want to just thank the minister. I'm glad that the department is looking at this issue. I hope that this comes forward again. This issue of capacity, as I think Ms. McNeil spoke to quite cogently, is a very important issue and not a new issue. So as I mentioned, when we had debates on this bill the last time it was amended, we debated this at length. And so, I think it's a huge issue, and I think it really needs to be addressed. So the last recommendation of that review finds that Nova Scotia should engage with diverse group of stakeholders to examine options for recognizing formal supported decision-making arrangements in legislation. Is that happening? Are those legislative changes coming? And what's happening on that particular recommendation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what just a quick comment in regards to one of the points that the member raised. As I said previous to my comments, the fact that we are bringing forward legislation in 2 phases is relatively unheard of. I don't remember my past 4.5 years in the House that I've seen that happen. And the intent there really, as I previously said, was to try to address issues that were relatively non-controversial and were in the best interest of Nova Scotians, and most people seem to agree with. In contrast to that, the comments in regards to FOIPOP, I don't really think that's something we should do, particularly given the fact that the Department of Justice was contacted by the FOIPOP officer with a letter with specific requests in which that office would like to see happen in a review, and that they would like to see a fulsome review done of the whole act. So I think that in regards to FOIPOP, as I've said in here earlier today, it's a big topic, and I think I think even if you were to ask, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think if you were to ask the Premier, I don't think he recognized the impact and how big of a topic it was. I certainly did not recognize, having come 16 years in the municipality, I did not recognize the impact that the FOIPOP legislation has across organizations in the province. So the other thing I would say is, going back to the actual question, there is a phased approach. Phase 2 will be more comprehensive. It will include a review of the legislation, and the anticipation is that it will support include supportive decision making as well.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you for that answer. I'm really glad to hear that. During the first wave of COVID, 41% of provincial prisoners were released from jail. The minister talked about that a little bit in the opening. We know that the last statistics we have anyway, that it costs $271 a day to keep people in jail, and it costs about $125 to the government for supportive community housing. And the COVID crisis showed us that community-based solutions can work. In the minister's opening, he mentioned that some money is going to Elizabeth Fry, which is an excellent organization that works with criminalized women in my constituency, to help with just that type of effort. But I wonder, I've been here, we were elected at the same time, the minister and I, and in that time, almost every year, organizations like Elizabeth Fry need to spend an enormous amount of time and resources and staffing to advocate for funding. So I'm wondering why the government wouldn't provide sustainable multi-year core funding, sufficient funding, because I know there is some, to community organizations engaged in this work to expand the number of individuals that they can support with community policing strategies. A number of those exist, or community living strategies. A number of those community-based solutions exist at the federal level, so various release programs, when obviously a prisoner is, not a risk to the community, et cetera, and with the appropriate supports. Not a lot exist at the provincial level. Is there a thought to expand those or to fund those sustainably over multiple years so that we can have those same solutions?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member. So I did check, and although we do provide funding to both Elizabeth Fry as well as Holly House and John Howard. This year, I believe in this budget, there's 180,000 towards Elizabeth Fry and 386 for John Howard. To really look at whether or not those were ongoing programs, I think that that would have to be a discussion between DOJ and Finance to see. It's not something I think that would necessarily live here at Justice, but I do recognize the wonderful work that those organizations do. I have committed, although I haven't had an opportunity yet, to that I'd like to go over to Holly House. I was contacted by a resident at Holly House and was invited to go over, and I do anticipate on doing that within the next month or so. And so I hope that answers the question.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
It doesn't, but I hope that you do take them up on their offer and enjoy all that Dartmouth South has to offer while you're there. And I hope that you will have that conversation with Finance and consider some of that more ongoing core funding. In 2002, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that denying inmates the ability to vote was a violation of their charter rights. Since then, all incarcerated Canadians have had the right to vote in federal and provincial elections and referendums, provided that they're over 18 on election day. However, under Nova Scotia's Municipal Election Act, a person serving a sentence is disqualified from voting. There's an easy legislative fix here. It's been pushed for a long time from folks like ISANS. The mayor of HRM appeared at a legislative committee a few years ago to advocate for this. And given the high rates, the disproportionate rates of incarceration of Indigenous and Black Nova Scotians, denial of the prisoner vote also suppresses the vote of racialized populations. I'm wondering if the minister is considering amending the Municipal Elections Act to fix this.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess my comment would be is on a fundamental level, I certainly agree with the member. I'm willing to have a discussion and reach out to Minister Lohr with Minister for Municipalities and have that discussion with him. And it's not something we're opposed at looking at. So thank you for putting it on our radar.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I really thank the minister for that answer, and I look forward to hearing the progress of those conversations. I want to switch gears for a minute and just ask, as the minister responsible also for the Accessibility Act, I had an interesting question yesterday from a constituent that I thought I would pass along, which is that with these special planning areas, and I know again that this is municipal affairs, but I'm putting it to the minister as the minister in charge of the Accessibility Act, will the minister engage in conversations now that planning is sort of in the province's wheelhouse for so many residential units that will be built, around leveraging those agreements with developers to ensure that at least a big percentage of those units are accessible? Because, we don't just have a housing crisis, but we also have an accessible housing crisis, and that is going to worsen as our population ages. Certainly the minister would be familiar with the our commitment to be an accessible province by 2030, and the high number of Nova Scotians that have accessibility needs. So I guess my question is, has that conversation happened around housing and the province's newly robust participation in housing in the province? And if not, will the minister commit to having that conversation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, so thank you very much for the question. And yes, I do know that the accessibility director did have an opportunity to meet with municipal affairs and housing, I think last month. This was something that they had talked about, and they did get a clarification that housing certainly is part of that built environment standard. So it is something that's on our radar, and we have addressed it to municipal affairs and housing.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South with about a minute and 15.
Thank you. Well, I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you to the minister for that answer. I know I'm wrapping up and I don't want the minister to get cut off, but I'll give you a preview of my next small portion of questioning where I will come back to that question of, the money being recovered from municipalities and municipalities' requests around policing and policing reviews and financial support for those folks. So with that, I will thank the minister and staff and hand it over to my colleagues.
I'll thank the member. Now I will recognize the official opposition, the member for Preston.
Thank you. Good evening. So a few questions. So on December the 2nd, 2021, the Minister of Justice issued a new directive to the existing ban on street checks. Among other changes, the new directive replaced reference to suspicious activity with reasonable suspicion, the legal standard required for police to detain individuals suspected of unlawful activity. This is something that we had fought for in the House and was advocated by DPED. While the directive is a good first step, these changes should be enshrined in law and legislation, so there can be no confusion as to whether a street check is or is not permissible. Can the minister explain why this directive is sufficient and not legislative?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to the member for the question. You know, when we first started and these issues were raised to me soon after the election in the House, I knew that once consultation was done that we were going to have a new directive come out. At that time, I did ask staff what was did they accomplish the same thing? What was better? I was told that a minister's directive is binding. Please do follow it, and that is why the previous Minister of Justice had given a directive in the first place. Certainly not given as a criticism to any comments in the House, but when the initial discussion was happening, if anyone had raised it, I don't recall. Although the issue around the directive and the minister's directive was raised numerous times in the House, I don't remember anybody actually raising the issue at the time around legislation till after the directive was given. I certainly want to work with the members of all members across Nova Scotia to ensure that we can address from this department, address any issues that are ongoing, specifically any around racism. So I certainly look for a collaborative approach and want to work with community.
I recognize the member for Preston.
I thank the minister for the response and the clarification. And just so I'm understanding, before I move on, the minister made reference to the ask of the directive in the House rather than legislation. And so just so I'm clear that the ask in the House for directive was for immediate action. So I'm going to ask the minister if there's a question put forward about legislation, as the minister indicated that was the reason it wasn't discussed. If it's put forward now in this session, is it something that will be discussed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, thank you to the member. Although, as I previously said, I did raise it and have a discussion here within the department. I'm certainly not opposed to revisiting that discussion. What I will say is the directive, of course, did have consultation with community, and through that, through community engagement, was where that directive, I think the genesis of that directive was. But I'm certainly open to have a discussion, with the community, with the member, and within the department.
I recognize the member for Preston.
I thank the minister for the response and look forward to the opportunity to work with you in the department around this. So street check directive, although amended, still allows for the exception for street checks under future behavior. So 1C says will engage in unlawful activity. This future-looking power of detention goes beyond the scope of police powers under investigative detention, as discussed by Supreme Court of Canada in R versus Mann, which contemplates a recent and ongoing criminal offense. So the net result in that police have the power to street check, which is in a form of a detention. In this scenario, where an investigative detention would not be lawful, why would we not amend the Police Act?
Oh, I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to apologize. We don't have the Police Act in front of us at the moment, budget process, but we can, we can look into that and try to get an answer for the member.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Okay, I'll thank the minister for looking into that and look forward to the response when you have it. So just in reference to what we're talking about in terms of investigative detention, one question, Minister, I have is really just about, the fact of how does it make sense to you that investigative detention for a crime that hasn't happened yet would not be lawful under the charter, but a street check would?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And once again, thank you to the minister or to the member for the question. I'm sorry, I believe the question is like beyond the scope of the budget. I just don't have the answer at the moment. And if the minister or if the member would like to send the question to the department, we can try to provide an answer. But it really is kind of beyond the scope of budget discussions right now.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Okay, I thank the minister for the response, and we'll follow up. And, maybe we still have a couple weeks in the House, so some of the questions, so maybe we'll ask the minister if we can follow up during QP. So the Department of Justice took the lead and established the Wortley Report Research Committee with representation from the community, HRP, RCMP, Human Rights Commission, and others to review race-based data collection models on police stops, and the establishment of a permanent data collection system to record information on all civilian stops. The determination of authority to collect this race-based data, which stops are included, and how information will be collected and stored is within the Department of Justice, and this determination has not been completed yet. So I'm just wondering, can the minister please provide an update on this work?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and of course, currently work is ongoing in regards to those recommendations. Dr. Timothy Bryan, who is the assistant professor in sociology department of University of Toronto, is the academic who is leading that, preparing the report as well as the recommendations on behalf of the Wortley Research Report Committee. And of course, that group comprised of a number of different groups here throughout the province. ANS DPAD, 902 Man Up, number of other groups, policing groups, Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, DOJ, so it's comprised of a number. And so Dr. Bryan is currently working with those groups to create that report. The report will align, of course, with the directive, the minister's directive in street checks, and the ban on street checks. And I guess, as I said, it's ongoing, but I do anticipate that we should be seeing something from that report, from that committee, and from Dr. Bryan probably later on this spring. I'm anticipating before summer.
I recognize the member for Preston.
I thank the minister for the answer and the update on all of the parties and people working together for this work moving forward. But I'm just wondering, I know you mentioned that the report would be forthcoming, but maybe if you could provide a little bit of the actual work that's going on with the people around the table, if that's possible.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So similar to a number of other working groups and commissions that currently are doing work on a variety of different things across the province, that the working report really is, the working group really is doing the research in the report, and they will report back to me. And at that time, there is not ongoing engagement with a number of these groups or commissions or anything on an ongoing. We wait till we receive the report, and then we review the report at that time.
I recognize the member for Preston.
I thank the minister for the answer. I'm just curious, with this work, traffic stops wasn't included in Wortley, so will there be traffic stop data be released if it's being collected?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the member is correct. That is not part of street checks, but it is part of the report that we're anticipating that will come back in the report.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for that. So just as a follow-up to that question, so if it comes back in the report, does that mean that it's already been analyzed, or that will be part of coming back into the report and then you'd be then analyzing the data?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. So what the committee will be doing is reporting back, I believe, the best approach to collect data. They're not actually going out and collecting the data. They're making the recommendations and how the data should be collected. And I would go to the Wortley Report Research Committee's mandate, which is to develop a report and recommendations to guide the development of race-based data collection model for police stops in Nova Scotia. The model would allow for the evaluation of policies and practices and enhance transparency and accountability. So hopefully when they report back, they'll identify and suggest how we should be moving forward with that.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Thank you for the update on that. So Minister, if they're discussing the recommendations, so will this data be able to be analyzed, that eventually will be analyzed? Will it be released for community and for everybody to have access to this information?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the member respectfully, I think it's too early to really know that. We have to see what comes back, and how they recommend collecting the data. And in that report, it should also recommend to the department and what to do with the data. So I would wait to see what the report recommends.
I recognize the member for Preston.
I thank the minister for the response. Just one more question in relation to this, since we're talking about the budget. You mentioned that the people that have been involved in for consultation and doing this work around the recommendations. So I'm just wondering how many FTEs and what the budget was allotted to do this work.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so the department doesn't have a lined item for this particular it's not particularly lined out, but I would recognize, it should be recognized that the department does offer many in-kind supports through the department to help in this. And I think it needs to be recognized as well that this is one initiative of many that the department is leading in regards to trying to assist in the African Nova Scotian communities, including the 4.8 that is currently aligned that I spoke about earlier in my opening remarks for the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute. So.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Thank you, Minister. So just to confirm, there's been no full-time staff allotted for this? Any new positions, Minister?
I recognize.
That is correct. There are no new FTEs or full-time staff assigned to this.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer. And you spoke about this earlier, that one of the things and important action coming out of the Wortley report was that the Department of Justice was going to be working in partnership with the African Nova community to develop the African Nova Scotian Justice Plan and Indigenous Justice Strategy to help address the broader issues of systemic racism, so within the criminal justice system. And I listened to you earlier talk about the consultation work, and we know that there's a plan for 16 public engagement sessions. So, and in addition, I believe the online surveys. So one of the questions that I was wondering about was what companies was contracted to lead the consultation work, and what experience do they have working with African Nova Scotian communities? And also the cost.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the member again. So we do have, in regards to the African Nova Scotia Justice Plan, we do have a internal person who is the project lead on this. That individual will be leading the public consultation as we move forward. And in addition to that, we're also working in consultation with DPAD, ANSA, as well as the Association of Black Social Workers. So as we go out and do the consultation, I believe that the association will be attending as well and helping helping in that consultation process, but it is being led by a staff person here at the department.
I recognize the member for Preston.
I thank the minister for the response. And so if it's being led by the staff person, would you be able to, curious to know what the goals and targets will be for the consultations?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So, of course, the African Nova Scotian Justice Plan is being developed over 5 phases. The plan is currently in the African Nova Scotian communities consultation phase. So this is the very first phase, and as I've said earlier, DOJ is committed to facilitating the community engagement sessions, which are taking place in order to hear from Nova Scotians and to take directions from African Nova Scotian community partners. And I guess what the goal would be is to help to address the specific and systematic barriers to justice that people face in Nova Scotia of African descent.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Thank you, Minister, for the response. And I may have missed this in your opening. You referenced that last time. So you, Minister mentioned there was 5 phases, and you're in the first phase. So what are the other 4 phases?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And out of respect for the member's time, I don't have that answer here right now. I can certainly find out a breakdown of all 5 phases and provide that information to the member. I don't want to. I'm sure the member has many questions, and I want to be respectful of her time. And it'll take a few minutes to get that answer. So staff will try to now, and if we have it before the end of the time, I can certainly provide it if that's okay.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I appreciate the efforts of your staff, and I'm sure they're working very diligently around you to make sure we get the answer. So I'll move on. But just in reference to what we're talking about, you'd mentioned that the lead will be with DOJ. And so I'm just curious, is the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism and the Office of African-Nova Scotian Affairs being consulted and on this engagement and consultation?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, I think I mentioned earlier they are being consulted and are part of the process. So thank you.
I recognize the member for Preston.
So thank you, Minister. So I just wanted to be clear, because in the legislative mandate, it says for them to advise and lead in this type of work going forward. And so you're just mentioning that moving forward, they'll just be engaged, but they're not leading the work because this will be under Department of Justice?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Once again, I'm confused. But so the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute is from DOJ. That's where it's initiated, and we're leaning on other departments to assist and consult. So I'm not quite sure what it is, Mr. Chair, that the member is reading from. If she could be a little bit more clear.
I recognize the member from Preston.
Yeah, thanks to the Minister for re-asking the question. So maybe I'm confused in the response. So it's under the African Nova Scotian DPAD, Justice Institute, but you have a DOJ leading this work. Not you, because you mentioned because what part of the question was who's contracted for the consultation. So DPAD wouldn't be entering a contract for consultation. It's then going back to DOJ as the lead in this.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So there's a couple of things I'm not sure if I was clear, so I'll try to clarify. So the African Nova Scotia Justice Plan is DOJ. It's bigger than, broader than the Institute. So the Institute itself is being funded and through DOJ, the $4.8 million through DOJ to fund the institute. The institute is being run by DPAD. So, and then if I could, so I actually, our good working staff at home who has been listening from home, I think, on this, flipped me the breakdown of the phases that the minister or that the member asked for earlier. So phase one, convene a project advisory committee. Phase two, hire a project manager and a facilitator. Phase three, which I guess we are at now, which is consultation with the African Nova Scotian communities, consultation with justice system stakeholders, and consultation report. Phase four would be a second round, community and justice system stakeholders through consultations for validation of what we went out and what we heard. And then phase five would be to actually develop the African Nova Scotia Justice Plan. So I hope that clarifies that for the member.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Thank you, Minister. It does. And so just wondering, so is the lead at DOJ the same person who would be in the second phase, the project manager? Or is that will that fall under the institute?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you again. And it would be my understanding that the individual who works at DOJ would see it from beginning to end and is project coordinator or manager on that.
I recognize the member for Preston.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer and the update on all the five phases. I appreciate that. And just so one of my final questions, so under this work, because it was indicated that there's already a senior lead, and is there any additional FTEs that were allotted to this work? And is it safe to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is because we keep mentioning the $4.8 million, is this also included in this project plus the project before, and that there's no actual set aside budget for each of these initiatives or project, it's just included in the $4.8 million?
Time. Order. We're going to move it over to the member for Cumberland North. Oh, hand up. Minister?
I'm very sorry, but Mother Nature's dinging again. So can we take a 5-minute, please?
We can, yes, we can take a 5-minute. Just for you.
Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, we're back. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will start at 7:05. So the extra 5 minutes, 7:21. Okay, all right. I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Minister. I've just got a few questions, probably no surprises for you. Cumberland County, as you know, borders New Brunswick, and we have a significant problem with illegal drugs, a lot of cocaine, a lot of crystal meth on the streets, and leading to mental illness and homelessness in a lot of cases. And I'm wondering if the department would consider reaching out proactively to find ways of working with our neighboring Department of Justice for New Brunswick to try and encourage our law enforcement officials to work more collaboratively. And I know there was a previous MLA from Cumberland South who had tabled a bill, passed a bill several years ago. He's now our mayor of Cumberland County, Mayor Murray Scott, and it was a cross-border policing act. And what local officers have told me is that there was a movement towards more collaboration, and then unfortunately, about 4 or 5 years ago, there was an RCMP officer killed on the side of the road, and he was from the Cumberland detachment, but he was killed on the New Brunswick side. And that there was communication sort of informally that everyone was to stay on their own side of the border from now on. And it's sort of led to a lack of collaboration between the two provinces with law enforcement. And I don't know if this is contributing to an increase in amount of illegal drugs coming into our province, but many people believe that we need to see increased collaboration in order to get drugs off the street. I'm wondering if the minister could speak to that.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice with, okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the member from Cumberland North. So I will say that one thing I have been attempting to do as minister here at DOJ is to get across the province, visiting with municipalities and police forces, as well as looking at correctional facilities. I have had an opportunity to do a visit to Cape Breton as well as Pictou, and my intention is to try to get across the province. Of course, coming into the mandate, the first couple of months was just trying to get a grasp on all the different parts of the department, and then it was to start getting out, which I have done. Looking forward to doing more so in as the weather gets better. I will tell the member I did have an opportunity to meet with Mayor Scott, and we did have brief discussions around policing. I'm certainly open to continuing that dialogue with him and to talk about the issue you're raising today. I do know, and it can be seen, through what recently happened, and I mentioned in my opening letter in regards to CERT that we are open to collaborating with other provinces. We do that through our federal, provincial, territorial agreements and meetings that we do have with other provinces. Of course, New Brunswick being our neighbor, we do reach out to them in regards to a number of things. So it is something that we can certainly look into, and I'd be willing to sit down and meet with Mayor Scott as well to discuss it further.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. The Minister of Public Safety for New Brunswick that I met with about 3.5 years ago or 3 years ago to discuss it, he's actually retired now. But if you would be willing, if the minister would be willing to come up, we could perhaps invite the new public safety minister for New Brunswick to come and meet with us. I would also encourage the minister to meet with the mayor of the town of Amherst, because a lot of the illegal drugs that we're seeing, I'm sure there's plenty in the county, but we're definitely seeing a real concentration of it in the town of Amherst. And of course, the town of Amherst have their own municipal police force. So that is great. We would welcome you, and we could help you to connect with everyone involved. I have spoken to the minister about this issue, which is very serious in our area, and that is a culture of misogyny and lack of support and compassion to victims of domestic abuse as well as sexual assault in Cumberland. And we had spoken about this. I did want to follow up with the minister. We have attempted to get the policies of RCMP, the Town of Amherst Police Department, as well as Crown prosecutors to better understand what are their policies for handling both sexual assault and domestic abuse, to better understand, look for ways of improving their policies. I will let you know, let the minister know that we did receive some policies from the Crown attorneys, but we're having some difficulty receiving the policies from the Town of Amherst Police Department, and I don't know if the minister would have any ability to help us to obtain that, just to better help serve our victims that are having difficulty getting a response and when appropriate, getting charges laid. And there's definitely been, I've asked a lot of questions since we met, and there's definitely decisions being made between Crown prosecutors and law enforcement on whether or not charges should be laid. And it would be interesting to know is that the policy, or should law enforcement be making their own decisions on whether or not criminal charges should be laid based on evidence versus if a Crown prosecutor is advising them to or not. So I would be interested to know what is the policy for municipal police, as well as RCMP, as well as Crown prosecutors, and if the minister would be able to table those documents or provide those documents to myself and other MLAs, that would be helpful. I'll give a moment for the minister to respond.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member from Cumberland North. So to notwithstanding the independence of course, of the public prosecution services from this office, and as well as the fact that policing, of course, is, although ultimately under the umbrella of DOJ, in most cases in this province, municipalities contract policing on their own or have their own police force. So having said that, staff are telling me that we do have the ability through public safety here in the department to reach out and make a request to have those policies forwarded or provided to you. So we are willing to look at doing that. I would think that the operational decisions in regards to whether or not charges are actually laid, those really rest in the hands of police, who do work hand in hand alongside with PPS, but I believe the ultimate discretion lies with the police. And so once again, depending on whether or not this is a policy that the municipality supports as they hire. So I hope that clarifies, and we are willing to reach out and see what we can find for the member.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North. 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And if you're able to get the policies, that would be very helpful, and we'd be looking for specifically how they handle domestic abuse complaints and sexual assault complaints. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I did want to ask a little bit about policing directly. We know that for years, the municipality of the District of Colchester, and of course others, have been raising concerns about contracting the RCMP. And the reasons include understaffing, a lack of community policing, and officers only being available on an on-call basis. In early 2021, the CBC reported that the municipality of Colchester County, the municipality of the District of Digby, and the towns of Oxford and Mulgrave were also either engaged in or had requested police service reviews. Can the minister tell me how many other municipalities are currently conducting these types of reviews or have requested them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member. So yes, as the member has raised, there are a number of municipalities across the province who are looking at policing services and how those are offered. There are a number of municipalities who've actually passed motions to review policing options, which is pursuant under Section 35 of the Nova Scotia Police Act. The ones that DOJ has been contacted by so far would be the town of Wolfville, Halifax Regional Municipality, we know, is doing a review of policing, Eskasoni First Nations, municipality of Colchester.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
I think the minister has more to say.
Pause. Okay. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, my apologies. Additionally, also Cumberland.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you to the minister for that answer. Just to single out Colchester again, we know that there was an internal review by the RCMP in 2019 that showed that the RCMP in Colchester only met minimum staffing requirements in 13 out of 52 weeks. A policing expert has said that understaffing is a standard problem throughout rural detachments for the RCMP. And this is a quote, especially for places like Nova Scotia, which is simply not at the top of the priority list. Does the minister know whether minimum staffing requirements are being met across the province right now?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so I recently sent a minister's letter to the RCMP highlighting a number of priorities, as well as making requests of the H Division and the RCMP. One of the requests I've asked for is specific numbers to what the member's asking. I don't have a reply to that yet, but I do anticipate that I should get that sometime soon. And, you know, I think that one of the things that, and I've talked about this numerous times in the House, is I want to see what comes as recommendations that come out of the Mass Casualty Commission. You know, I know that these are discussions that we are listening to, you know, on a daily basis out of that commission and that review. And so those recommendations will be coming back. They will be identifying some of these issues, I think, as well. And as I believe I said to if not this member, one of the members in the House, I do anticipate an interim report that will be coming back to Department of Justice probably the end of May or so. There'll be some time to digest that and review what the preliminary report is saying. And there may be an opportunity at that time to have further discussions around policing, and it will certainly, I do anticipate that it will certainly identify any shortcomings that are happening currently in policing across the province. So I'll look forward to that report. So, thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
I want to give the minister time to close, but I guess I would just end off on this topic by saying that certainly that commission will provide lots of important insights, but not necessarily ones that are across the whole province. And what we just heard is that municipalities are paying more. We know this because the province is recovering these funds from municipalities for changes to the RCMP contract and salary and whatnot. We don't know how much, how understaffed their detachments are, but we know anecdotally that they are quite understaffed. And we have challenges across the province with policing. So I'll just, reiterate the comment I've made several times to the minister now, which is that I think we need attention to this and we need a review. And if we need to wait for the commission, so be it. But I would submit that we still need a full and independent review of police services and policing contracts in the province. Thank you to the minister. Thank you to the staff. Appreciate your time and your answers tonight.
Thank you to all of you members for the questions. I will now, before concluding the consideration of estimates for tonight, I invite the minister to offer closing remarks and then read the department estimate resolution. Our final 4 hours is at 7:36. So I'll pass it over to you, Minister. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will try to be brief. I sincerely want to take an opportunity to thank my colleagues for their questions this evening, for the respectful and collaborative way that we were able to move forward. In the interest, Department of Justice, many offices and commissions that fall within my portfolio. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to speak with the great work that this department is doing. I hope my responses today have been helpful. Estimate debate is an important part of the work that we do in the House. It provides accountability and transparency, values that guide the work that we do. I also want to take a moment to again acknowledge and recognize the team in the Department of Justice and our partners in the Judiciary, Public Prosecution Service, Legal Aid, and the many agencies and independent organizations, including the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, for the work that they do. And Mr. Chair, I sincerely would like to say that the staff here at DOJ are probably some of the best staff that I've worked with in government at any level, and it's an honor to be here and to work with the staff here in this department. Mr. Chair, With that, I'm pleased to close debate on Justice Department estimates for 2022-23. May I read my resolution?
Yes, please, Minister.
Be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $415,750,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in the respect of the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimate. E19, resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,150,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Freedom of Information and Privacy Review Officer pursuant to the estimates. E21, resolved that a sum not exceeding $2,880,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Human Rights Commission pursuant to the estimate. E24, resolved that the sum not exceeding $431,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of Nova Scotia Policing Complaints Commission pursuant to the estimate. E33, resolved that a sum not exceeding $28,420,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respects to the Public Prosecution Service pursuant to the estimates.
Shall E19, E12, E21, E24, and E33 stand? All those in favor? All opposed? The resolution stands. It's now 7:34, and the House is, 7:35, and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House rises again, resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. So I ask you to please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole House must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. So I adjourn today's meeting. Thank you.